Alberto Barbera and Angela Savoldi are on their way. They have a very busy schedule, so they're not here yet, but they will be joining us. And since there's a very tight schedule with press conferences, we've been invited to start without them, but they will join us. I think it's every year a wonderful moment, this moment when we can actually celebrate officially the fact that Venice Immersive, now in its 9th edition, is a way to celebrate immersive arts exactly on the same level as feature films. This is something that Liz and we feel is extremely important to make a statement that thanks to the trust of Alberto Barbera, we just started. Absolutely. I'm sorry I was late because of a meeting. So I will let you, Alberto, give the introduction.
No, I apologize for being late, but I had a meeting and I didn't realize that it was so late. No, parlo in italiano, so, ok? No, intanto sono qui soltanto per darvi il benvenuto, ringraziarvi per la vostra partecipazione e quindi un ringraziamento particolare a tutti coloro che hanno presentato progetti, che sono stati selezionati, che contribuiscono a rendere questa edizione di Venice Immersive così di grande successo e sotto l'attenzione di tutto quel mondo che ruota attorno e non soltanto alla realtà immersiva. Un grazie particolare, ci tengo a dirlo pubblicamente davanti a voi, a Liz e a Michel per quello che hanno fatto, hanno creato questa sezione, hanno creduto sin dall'inizio, quando ancora nessuno aveva avuto la capacità di intuire le potenzialità legate all'applicazione artistica di questa nuova tecnologia. Loro ci hanno creduto, mi hanno convinto a secondare il progetto che avevano in mente. Sono naturalmente molto felice di essere stato convinto a realizzare l'isola di Venice Immersive. Naturalmente ringrazio la Biennale perché senza la loro adesione fiduciosa al progetto, che ha comportato un investimento anche di carattere economico tutt'altro che indifferente, questa realtà che oggi è diventata un punto di riferimento a livello mondiale non sarebbe potuta esistere. E il lavoro di qualità, lavoro straordinario di qualità che Liz e Michel fanno durante tutto l'anno, facendo scouting per i progetti più interessanti, stabilendo contatti, gestendo i contatti esistenti, aperti costantemente alle novità e alle innovazioni che anche all'interno di questo settore stanno avvenendo. Beh, insomma, è qualcosa di cui sono veramente grato e ci tengo a ringraziarvi pubblicamente. E a questo punto però vi lascio la parola, ok?
Thank you. We have had the most wonderful 9 years of your support, and Michelle and I find, working on this project has been an absolute joy. And when we come to Venice in June, it's one of my favourite times of the year when we sit down and watch your incredible projects and work out. It's like a Tetris puzzle. How we work out the selection and then map out the island. So without the Biennale, we wouldn't be able to build this incredible spectrum of projects. And that's what Michelle started saying before, that this is an opportunity to really show the vast creativity in this field, and a huge thank you to you, because without your incredible work, we would not be here. And I think this year, in our 9th edition, we have seen this medium really evolve. I think it's been a real jump this year, and everyone who's come here, the stakeholders in the projects, the people who are interested in exhibiting and licensing your projects around the world have really commented to us that they've seen a real step up in terms of the quality of the projects and the fact that they are really interested in licensing and sharing many of these projects, which has been amazing. And I think one of the things that Michelle and I have seen is we've seen a real evolution and maturity in terms of the quality of narrative storytelling within the field. There are so many strong projects that are really sophisticated in terms of the storytelling, their design, that we have noticed has really changed, I think, over the last year or two.
Definitely. The one thing that I wanted to add to what you just said, Liz, is this thing that, thanks to your trust, Alberto, and the president, Botafogo, we are still today the only place where truly you, as immersive artists, are treated and respected exactly on the same level as feature film directors that come to show their best work here in the Biennale. And the fact that this respect is manifested by, for instance, the awards, the Lions that some of you will get this coming Saturday, are the exact same Lions as the Lions that the feature film directors are getting when they get an award, is a sign of the trust and the commitment that the Biennale has with this new art form. This is something extremely important to us, and the same way that you thanked us, Alberto, right now we need to thank you for the incredible trust and risk-taking that you do, because Liz and I, we know and we love immersive art, so we have full trust in its potential, in its future, and in its incredible creative power. But you know less than this, so it was a bit of a jump in the dark when you decided 9 years ago that we would go ahead and do this, full speed. So I just want to celebrate and recognize this spirit of initiative and risk-taking, which is so rare when you are in charge of a major institution like La Mostra del Cinema. And for us, you are allowing us to just be creative in how we can show the work of these amazing artists. So it's our turn to truly thank you for this almost blind trust in what we do, and this is very, very unique. So as Liz said, we are seeking out the best projects all over the year. And we need to also thank you, the directors, for trusting us. Coming to an event where you premiere your work is always a very important step in your career, in how your work is going to grow and be seen and developed. And trusting your work to a festival like us at that very important moment is something that we also need to celebrate and thank you for.
Yes, and I think we should probably talk about some of the key things this year. Michelle and I, when we are working on the programme, we always like to show a full spectrum of the different forms that are evolving in immersive storytelling. And one of the things that I mentioned before that we really remarked this year was a growth in cinematic storytelling. We have these projects from very well-known directors who've come from Hollywood, from flat screen filmmaking, which has been a real move forward. And the fact that a director like Doug Liman chose to launch his Project Asteroid, and Google on their new headset that hasn't been released, was a real message, I think, in terms of how Venice and how this section is, and the fact that they want to launch it in a film festival, which is unheard of for a company like Google, was really a big move forward. But the quality in storytelling in terms of cinematic narrative is really strong, and that's one of the key trends. One of the other trends we noticed was a growth in multiplayer projects. Obviously, Michelle and I have been championing social VR in a really big way, and we're really always excited about when we do our selection in terms of our worlds, our best of worlds, and we're seeing that medium has been evolving, but also in the venue work where we are showcasing now projects that are really showing a potential to reach large audiences. So, for example, Blanca Lee's project L'Ombre, which is a project for 200 people. We're showing it for 60 people as a real move forward, I think, in terms of how we're seeing a kind of market growing for creative forms.
And a challenge for us, because showing if there are more and more pieces that are designed for 200 people at one time, I don't know where we're going to put them, and it's going to become a bit of a challenge. But I would like to add to the trends that you are identifying, Liz, I would like to add also something that is new this year very strongly. It's the fact that not only Venice Immersive, as a section of La Mostra, is an event for the audience, for the public to see, but we're seeing that it's also becoming a very important meeting point for professionals who come to see the work, to maybe show it in their own festivals or buy it for commercial runs in their venues, in their location-based entertainment venues. And this is something that we are going to need to take into account, because the professional dimension and importance of the meeting that Venice Immersive represents is something that we need to address to try and make time for your work to be seen by all these people that come to shop or co-produce, invest, support, help the projects that you are making. So it's an amazing sign of how important Venice Immersive has become. For us, it is a constant challenge every year to take into account these new aspects of the nature of what Venice Immersive has become. So this is something that we're going to be looking into, on how can we organize the event in such a way that we can cater to also this moment when the industry comes together and needs access to the work. It's a new challenge, I think, for us.
And we're obviously super happy because everything gets booked up straight away, as you know, but we're definitely going to have to look at how we accommodate this incredible success.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And thanks to the complexity of moving around in Venice, because it's not getting any better. Catching boats, missing boats is a regular thing that happens every day.
And the delight of being in Venice.
No, of course, but that comes, I mean, in terms of logistics, as you've seen, you know, you very often cannot make the session that you've booked, and that's also great, because up to about 25% of all tickets reserved are no-shows, you know, people who miss the boat or can't come. So we have this waiting list system that allows people to see, you know, last minute. But this is just a logistical detail, but just to say that we are aware, Liz and I, of the work ahead of us to continue shaping Venice Immersive as both an incredible display of the creative strength of the immersive medium, of the need for the public to access this form, and now the new focus on the industry needing to have access to your work so they can help you then distribute it.
And I think it's because we had so many people coming from in a professional nature to acquire projects from venues all over the world this year. It's really a wonderful sign as well.
Yeah, definitely.
And the other thing that was new this year is the fact that we did this collaboration with the Dance Biennale, where we are showing a piece, Wayne McGregor's piece, On the Other Earth, at the Arsenale. And that's been a wonderful collaboration because we have a wonderful cross-pollination. It means that people are visiting the Architecture Biennale and vice versa. And the fact that we have also had to extend into a new space on the Lazaretto Vecchio because of the size of these projects that we noticed. It was like a Tetris puzzle, wasn't it, Michelle? Fitting the island.
It was, but this collaboration, you're right in mentioning it, this collaboration with the Dance Biennale, I think is also a way to once again celebrate the incredible uniqueness of the Venice Biennale that focuses on basically every single art form beyond cinema. There's a dance biennale, music biennale, theater biennale, art, architecture. There's no organization like this in the world, and we are becoming more and more aware of the incredible resource that this represents, creatively speaking, in talking with our colleagues, you know, Wayne McGregor, who's the head of the Dance Biennale, Willem Dafoe, who's the head of the Theatre Biennale, just to name two. There's a wealth of possibilities of cross-pollination, of inspiration, coming and exchanging between these different sections of the Biennale. So this is something we're exactly very excited about, and this is something we want to explore in the future. Are there any questions?
Just a quick thing in Italian before the question. Vorrei ringraziarla anch'io, grazie. Agnese di Ex Armast, vorrei ringraziarla anch'io, direttore, perché davvero ha fatto un salto nel buio. Io sono entusiasta, mi ha davvero cambiato la vita e adoro quello che queste persone stanno creando, ed è anche merito suo se posso vederlo. And to you, Lisa, Michelle, congratulations. I've seen some amazing works at this edition. And I would like to know from you, how do you think the audience has evolved? Because I remember the first years, some awkwardness on someone that had never done it. And now I can see more and more people from the cinema side arriving. So what's your perception of the evolution of audience here at the festival?
We have very specific audiences there are many different types of audiences who come to Venice Immersive. We have people who specifically come to view projects. I have even friends who have come every year. They're not in the industry, who love the section. We have our industry guests who come to acquire projects and see the latest. And then we have a growing audience of people who are accustomed to coming over here. So you're totally right. People have become more and more, I think more of the cinema audience is coming over. But at the same time, we have many people who are very curious. For example, I have a couple of dance venues who are arriving today who just texted me, who are coming for the day, especially to see some projects, who have never tried immersive. So we have a whole spectrum of people still, I think, in terms of experience. But what I think we're noticing is a lot of the projects are more seamless in terms of the way people need onboarding as well. And that's something we notice. People are, when we're talking about cinematic story, we're talking about a seamlessness in terms of narrative. And that means that people are no longer creating complex interactions that require learning and interface in a way to get into the story, which has been a really big leap forward. So I think it becomes a bit smoother and easier for new audiences to onboard, but we're still seeing that spectrum. And of course, we have a large, I think there's a large student audience as well that tends to come at the end of the Mostra. So we have a whole range of, and also of course the artists and producers who come here to see the latest work.
I would add that we're also seeing the manifestation of the fact that there's now a market that is starting to structure itself, particularly for simultaneous multi-user installations. So we're seeing more and more people who are coming with money in mind. And we've had meetings or conversations with people who say, I've heard that some people are making very decent money in showing VR. How does that work? I'm interested. So there's the very beginning of a fringe of producers, distributors who are curious to hear about the way those people are making money with this. Because at the same time, I mean, independent cinema is going through a crisis, an ongoing crisis with distribution and reaching public and markets. So the feeling is that, and a lot of people who do not have time to come to the island, but they are here for the festival because they're watching films or they have films in one of the sections, they're hearing a lot about the VR island. I don't know if it's something that you feel, but a lot of our cinema colleagues and friends, when we see them, they say, oh my God, I really need to come to the island. Everyone is telling me that it's amazing, that it's great. I'm sorry I don't have time, but they hear about it. And what they hear now is that there are some people who have found a way to make money, and those people are LBE, multi-user installation venues.
And I'm going to correct you on Immersive Ireland, because we're not just showing VR. You keep saying VR, sorry.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Actually, I mean, but this is interesting because I had a discussion recently about the terms we use. As you know, we don't have a vocabulary that is fully set. The term that is used right now is immersive, exactly. But when we talk about immersive realities, I realize that I'm starting to prefer the term enriched realities. Why? Because enriched reality signifies that it is our responsibility to make sure that immersive arts are not an escape for our physical reality. We are in a world that's very troubled with incredibly complex issues. And I strongly believe that if immersive has a relevance, has a future for all of us, it will only be if immersive contributes to enrich and help us in the physical dimension of our lives. If we see immersive only as an escape from the difficulties of our world, we will lose, and it will lose relevance. So the fact that so many of the works that we are showing this year address this, are connected with issues of the world today is extremely important. This is why, from now on, I'm going to use enriched realities as my perception of what it is.
I love that. I think that's a brilliant expression. And just to underline that, I think, as you say, we live in an increasingly synthetic world where we're becoming more and more confused about what is synthetic and what is in real life. And it's a very troubling thing. And in fact, Michelle and I are interested in using this medium. And in our curation, it's a discussion we have that's incredibly important, is every piece we're showing needs to address that and address our world and address the troublesome fact that we are becoming more and more divorced from our planet, from each other. I think that idea of connection, even the idea of words in our vocabulary have been corrupted, like the idea of community. I think most young people would believe that's something that is a social media community, which is quite troublesome. The idea of a friend is completely different. The idea of truth is completely different. So for us, everything that we're doing is about trying to get people to rediscover the real world and being able to blend these different mediums in the kind of stories that you are presenting here. And they're incredibly powerful stories. And to question what is happening in our world is really important.
Any other question? It's okay. So, no?
Then
Thank you so much. Yes.
We've said everything
Yeah.
we needed to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
And enjoy the rest of the festival then.
Buongiorno, siamo qua per la conferenza stampa del nostro film fuori concorso Marc by Sofia. Prima di cominciare con le domande, io presento gli ospiti a partire dalla destra in fondo, il produttore R.J. Cutler, la produttrice Jane Cha Cutler, la regista del film Sofia Coppola, Marc Jacobs, il protagonista del film, e il montatore Chad Sipkin. Sorry about that. Okay, I will start, and then you raise your hand. The first question goes to Sofia. How long did you think whether to say yes or no when you were asked to make a documentary about Marc, and why did you decide to go ahead?
I think it took a while, Jane. I'm very thankful to Jane and R.J. Cutler for Okay, I'm very grateful to Jane and R.J. Cutler, who make great documentaries, and for asking me to do this, because I would have never thought to try to make a documentary. It's not something I know how to do, and it was exciting to do something I haven't done. And when they asked me to do a film on Marc, I thought, no, I can't do that. It's too much pressure. It would have to be good because he's my friend and I love him. And then I kept thinking about, oh, it would be so fun to look through all the archives and revisit. We've been friends for 30 years, and to get to revisit his incredible body of work that I grew up with. And then they were starting a new collection, and I thought, oh, I would love to see really the whole process from the very beginning to the final show. And so it was really, we came to the office with my brother, and it was very personal. It felt like a home movie, and sometimes I would just come alone with my camera, and Marc and his whole team I know, and they were very open to it. So it was an exciting new process for me.
And Marc, how easy was for you to say yes?
Should I turn this on?
Yeah, thank you.
Well, it was very easy to say yes to Sofia. You know, I feel very comfortable. And as she said, we've been friends for so long. And I was excited by by Sofia's attitude and approach to a documentary, which wasn't conventional. It was much more organic and natural. And I didn't really question her about it or anything. I just kind of went along with whatever she was into doing, and then looked forward to seeing what she would, create out of not only what she recorded, but what she knew from my past and references and all kinds of stuff. And I think it's great, a really beautiful portrait.
One of the things that's very interesting and moving in the film is that you seem to share a certain poetic affinity, especially related to certain pop culture and certain eras. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Me?
Both of you.
Oh, you.
I feel like we share a language. I think creative people share a language, and we met in the 90s and liked artists and music and had that in common. And I think I always like to know about other creative people's process, but especially such a good friend, and that we all go through the same vulnerability and excitement, and that there's a common language between creative people. And I'm so grateful to Chad, the editor. It was the first time we did a long format piece together, and we had so much material to weave together and to make some sense out of. And I wanted to give an impression of Marc as a person and a creative artist.
Chad, you want to add something to the way you integrated the archive material, the interview that were done in the present? And
So yeah, it starts with what you guys were talking about, right?
Oh, is your mic on?
Oh yeah. Yes, thank you. It starts with just hearing and seeing what you guys were talking about. But then the beautiful thing about this movie is that it starts to explode it becomes a collage, right? Of not only people that you knew and grew up with, both of you, but then the friends of friends, and how Malcolm McLaren and Vivienne Westwood had creative influences for you. But then there was also a whole musical thing, and the movie is quite musical too. So it's like a giant bath, like of a collage. You know?
And our love of cinema. I feel like we have a lot of movie references in common, so it was really, I'm so happy that we got to use the clips from these films that we love and music.
Do you two speak often about cinema?
I feel like we do talk about movies a lot and characters we love, and it's part of our
that's
inspiration.
the language we share. Yeah.
There's a question there.
Questions.
Okay, thank you. Hello, Oscar Callao from Catalonia Radio. I wanted to know, I really like the last, well, not scene, just the show, filmed in cinema, because we are used sometimes to see really nice photographs of the shows or more like a kind of video approach. And I wanted to know, of course, you plan to finish with this magnificent show, but did it interfere in the show itself? Because cinema has a big structure, cameras, production, etc. So how was it, culminating the documental in this show with this really nice filming, how was the work with it? If it was a pressure more for Marc, when in the last minute preparing a thing, and also doing like a movie, no?
Oh,
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I was really happy to be able to film the show in a more cinematic way, because you usually see them the way that they have to be documented for a fashion show. But we tried to stay out of the way, and I don't think we intruded on the show. So I think because they had cameras that they had to record the show, and then we were able to set up alongside. So we tried to be as invisible as possible.
Was it fun for you, Sofia, to film a fashion show?
Yeah, I loved it, and I also loved being backstage, because I had never been backstage before, to see like that energy and stress and excitement right before the show, and then to be able to to film the show with these long lenses in a more cinematic way, and just to see the beauty and the detail of all the work that went into the show.
I want to go back a little bit to what we were talking about cinema. Sofia, you've been a creative presence in Marc's work. You know, you directed videos, you designed a collection of bags. And Marc, do you ever participate in any ways or to Sofia's films when she's filmed? I mean, style is.
He's given me clothes for characters in my movies.
That's true.
And you visited Marie
And I visited the set of Marie Antoinette. I mean, Versailles.
Yeah. The Palace of Versailles.
The Palace of Versailles, the set for Marie Antoinette. Yeah.
But my characters have worn Marc's clothes.
That's true. Most in translation.
Yeah.
Right?
Scarlett wore a lot.
Yeah, Scarlett wore pea coats, pea jackets.
Yeah.
There's a question right there.
I have the shirt somewhere that she wore in the bar.
Hi, welcome to Venice, and I'm from Berlin. Just wanted to ask a question, one for Sofia Coppola and one for Marc Jacobs, if it's not too much. During the film, I see there are a lot of techniques you are using. It feels like a collage. You have a lot of references from also other photographers, such Lindbergh, and also like we see the show, the Yves Saint Laurent, the Lust show. I see a lot of references there. I was wondering. It felt like, and not in a negative way, in such a beautiful way, like we were thrown at so many beautiful moments from fashion and art. How was this collage process working for you? Because it is, I think, a lot of material there, and you're touching on a lot of points. How was that?
Oh yeah, it was exciting. I mean, so much was happening in the edit with Chad and his team, and we had so many. I know that Marc loves Yves Saint Laurent, and Chad and I had this footage from the foundation of Saint Laurent that I had never seen before. So I hope that it can be inspiring for young people that are interested in fashion to see all this incredible archive material that we found, and to try to illustrate some of the inspiration for Marc and things that I love. And it was really like putting it in a big blender and then hoping to make sense of it. But we made kind of boards where we put out images and then tried to make it feel like a collage. Thank you.
How was it, Sofia, for you to experience the more improvisational form of documentary? I mean, the film is carefully constructed, but it's a different thing. And how much were you willing to put yourself in the piece?
Yeah, I wanted it to feel personal, but it was a balance because I didn't want it to be about me, but I wanted to have the sense of our friendship and that it was being made by a friend and, not through my point of view. So I wanted it to feel like it was made by me, and I wanted to make sure that the audience felt included in that it felt personal and they were brought in and never felt like it was an inside joke that they weren't a part of. So that was something I tried, it was important to me. And then just weaving together all the inspiration and references was really exciting. Also, not to have a script or a plan. So that part was exciting, and also, it was a new process to find it in the editing room. And I'm happy that my producers were very gave me total, support of just, find your way. And so it was really. I felt a lucky experience.
For RJ and Cha, you've done recently a series of profile, celebrities and artists profile, Elton John, Martha Stewart, and this is very different. So you are open to, it's not a cookie cutter system can you talk a little bit about the idea of this series of profile?
Well, first of all, I'm such a huge admirer of both Sofia and Marc, so this was a dream project for me. And Sofia, as you could see from her film, she's a very decisive director, but she's also a very gentle director. And she said from the beginning, I don't want this to be a traditional biodoc, no talking heads interviews. And so our job, as producers, and Trevor was a producer as well, we just wanted to help Sofia fulfill that vision. And sometimes I would push a little, like, are you sure you don't want to get Marc at home a little bit, hanging out? Do you want him at dinner with his friends? Nope. I'm like, okay. So it's exactly the film that Sofia intended to make.
Yeah, I'll just echo that our jobs as producers is to do everything we can to help the director realize her or his vision, and working with an artist of Sofia's caliber with a subject as extraordinary as Marc, what you want to do is, in a way, do as little as possible, and hope that helps everything come to fruition from the director's vision. So that's what we do.
There's a question there.
Hi everybody. My question is about the music, because we know that it's important in documentary, but also when you do a fashion show, it's very important. How do you choose the music, and how do you have work on this direction on the movie?
For the film, not
and also for Marc, when you do the
shows.
The music for the shows. Yeah, I always love to see, when I go to Marc's show, the atmosphere, what the set's going to be like, what's the music. And in this, we approached the music the same way as the visuals of this collage of music that we loved, or that was part of his work, and the feeling of the time, and just what we loved. But trying to illustrate the different eras of New York and give the feeling, the energy of Marc's work.
There's a question here.
Hi, Sofia. Always pleasure to see you in Venice.
Nice to see
Thank you, and the fact that you brought Marc finally. So I love the fact that you opened the film with the clip with Anna Wintour, and you spoke about Israeli supermodel. Do you remember the name? And what can you tell us about this? What design was it that was on the Vogue, your first Vogue cover?
First Vogue cover.
And how much your Jewish roots and your connection with your grandmother influenced your fashion and style?
I think the model you're talking about is Michaela, if I remember correctly. And I remember very distinctly about that cover. I think I might have been at Perry Ellis. I was working at a company called Perry Ellis. She was wearing a yellow and white dress. And what I remember most about that is everybody was coming up to me and saying, you have your Vogue cover, you have a Vogue cover. Why are you still taking the subway? I think that they all thought that because I had a cover of Vogue, like I was all of a sudden a billionaire. And that was not true, obviously. My grandmother was really cool. She was really a really important person in my life. I lived with her, and she was of a generation that, or she was of the belief that you took care of clothing, you know, you took care of beautiful things, and that it was more important to have little of quality things than many of an inferior quality. And so she really instilled in me like a respect and this kind of custodian or attitude, where it's like you have beautiful things, it's your responsibility to look after them and take care of them. And I'm really grateful that she did teach me that, because they're values that I truly believe.
I think it's right here.
Hi, Alina Trabatoni, People Magazine. I had a quick question on fashion documentaries. Usually, issues are raised with them because they glamorize as opposed to interrogate their subjects. How did you manage to address that? You addressed it very well, but what was the thinking behind it and the discussions you both had?
It was really a personal portrait of my friend, and it wasn't a marketing piece or a commercial. It was really a sincere, small project that I would just come to the office, and it was really important for me to show Marc as a creative person in his process, and I was happy that he felt comfortable around me, and my brother came the first day to shoot, so I really wanted to show, I think it's always important for me to show something genuine and show a person that I love and the real side of him.
There is a real sense of effervescence, sorry, with the Perry show and Sofia's guerrilla show stage in front of it, and it just has this wonderful creative atmosphere that animates, New York at the time. Do you think that I know it's a generic question, but do you feel like that both the fashion industry and the independent film industry have evolved in a way where it's less easy to create that freely?
Yeah, I mean, I felt it has changed over the years, and we were kind of kids there just learning how to make things, and I felt like on this project I got to work in the same way that I did in my 20s with just my brother and me and a camera and a sound person, so it was kind of made in the spirit of the way we started, and I wanted to have this kind of homemade personal look at someone. I feel so lucky that I get to make something with Marc that I get to see this side of him working and this private view, and to share that and hopefully inspire young creative people.
Marc? Mm-hmm. Do you have something to add to?
No, I think it's absolutely true. It was just a very different time, like those early 90s when we first met, and there was a simplicity which was great, and I think it's really exciting what's happened in the world now and how different things are. But it's also nice to kind of remember that you can always bring that sense of simplicity and that kind of natural attitude. And I feel like, with all the big things going on, it's just really endearing, and it's really nice to see something that's so straightforward and authentic, and simple.
I think also it's worth saying that for both Sofia and Marc, this was something new. And so they were both kind of in unfamiliar territory as much as the territory was familiar. And they were taking risks and exploring a new way of expressing themselves. And that's part of what was so exciting about it.
Thank you. There's a question there.
Hi, Veronica Miles from Cinema Femme magazine. This question's for everyone, and you kind of just started it. Is there anything new that you learned about being creative people and being artists from this experience of working together? Like Marc, you watching Sofia direct so much, and Sofia, you seeing his process. Did you learn anything? And I want to hear from everyone. And also, RJ, while I have the chance, your show, American High, really inspired me to want to be a director way back in the day, so thank you so much. I'm happy to meet you.
Thank you.
That's so cool.
Shout out to American High.
What did we learn? You always learn something from doing something new, but I can't think of exactly what I learned. But just to take a risk to do something you haven't done before is always invigorating, and you always get new ideas. And also, I guess you always get to a point in the process where it's a mess and you don't know where you're going, and just to trust the process that you'll find your way to the end, which is what we did in the film and what you do in the show. So there's a common language and creativity.
I loved seeing how, I think to be creative, but to be creative at a high level, you have to sweat every detail. And just when you look at Marc, you know, thinking about every single detail, and his team looking at the gauge of the knit, the transparency of the hosiery, the music, the nails, the size and scale of the bags, like everything is so thought after. So it's not just creative or a poof of inspiration, it's then taking that and really channeling it.
Yeah, that was interesting to see.
One here.
Hi, my name is Tetea. I'm from Brazil, and this question is for Marc. You've been very open in interviews and social media about everything, I mean, almost everything that happens in your life.
Pretty much.
Yeah. And thinking about drugs and plastic surgery and then moving out of New York, was there a conversation before the movie between you and Sofia, or you and the producer saying, I don't want to touch that, and what is that?
No, I mean, it's true. I've chosen to be very honest and open about things that other people feel shame around, and I just find it benefits me, like, not to feel shame, and the only way to do that is to be frank and open and honest. And I knew this wasn't going to be a Barbara Walters interview where I was going to, like, be stuck and, like, you know, choke on some detail or some controversy or something like that. So I knew that wasn't what we were doing, and I wouldn't imagine in any way, shape, or form that would be something Sofia was interested in doing. So it wasn't a concern. But if it had come up, I would have been just as open about it as I've always been.
Yeah, I wanted it to feel personal but never be intrusive.
There's one down there.
Hi. Throughout the movie, I got the sense that planning a show and making a show kind of feels like planning and making a movie. So I was wondering, since the movie ends when the show ends, how do you, if you keep inspired by looking at other things right after you finish the show or a movie, in your case, Sofia, or if you take a break and might be, you know, what comes around goes around, and then you see what happens next, but you don't start looking into a next project or a next inspiration straight away.
Yeah, I feel like there's always a kind of crash after, and you have to kind of regroup and recharge your batteries. So I can never imagine going right into something else. There's always a period where you have to feel out, kind of process what you just experienced, and then see where you go from there.
Sofia, your work has a very potent connection with the young audiences. And do you think your attention and passion for fashion has something to do with that? Because you keep up with it.
It's just something that I love, and it's inspiring and exciting to me. So I've always loved fashion, and it's been so fun to get to see so many of Marc's work over the years. But I don't know, it's just something that I enjoy, and it's exciting, and it's fun that I have teenage daughters now, so I learn about new.
But you think it is part of the reason you always also keep up with music, with everything new in pop culture. Do you think style and fashion is one of the reasons why young people really love your movies? You connect with them also on a visual and stylistic level.
That's nice to hear. I mean, that's just something I enjoy, that part of putting the music on the film, and I've always found fashion exciting since I was a little kid.
Any other question? I think here, sorry, I didn't see you.
Claudia Burgio La Ragione.
So if you want to put the headphones, though,
for translation.
Grazie, thank you.
Thank you.
Ero molto curiosa di sapere invece come vi siete conosciuti, come è nata la vostra amicizia e se c'è un momento in particolare in cui voi avete capito che effettivamente potevate contare l'uno sull'altro. Di solito le amicizie nascono in momenti molto difficili oppure quando si condividono delle gioie molto belle e intense. Ero curiosa di sapere qual è stato il vostro momento nel quale avete capito di essere veramente degli amici, un amico l'uno per l'altra. Grazie.
Prego.
I can't think of a difficult. We met in the early '90s. I heard about Marc doing the grunge collection at Perry Ellis, and I asked my mom to take me to a studio, and then we were surprised that Marc was there and came out and said hi. And my mom was very surprised. She said that she remembers that we just started talking and hit it off when we had these things in common, and yeah, so she was really surprised. And then just in my 20s, being in New York in the 90s, our worlds overlapped and we just spent time together. And I don't know how we became friends, but we just liked things in common. And so it's been great to have a friend for so many years and go through different phases of our lives and different work. And but there wasn't any dramatic crisis that I went through. Yeah, but you know who your friend. You have friends that you trust, and I know that he always supports me, and I something that I value and put a lot of love into this portrait of him.
Sofia, was this clearly was a pleasurable experience making this film? Are you thinking of doing more documentaries or?
I'm not planning to, but I mean, it opened my eyes to trying something new, and Chad and I do a lot of short form pieces, but I'm sure I could see incorporating collage into, I don't know, it was a stimulating and fun experience. I worried that I didn't struggle, and I enjoyed making it, so I thought, I can't be good if it wasn't. But there were moments where, of course, there's challenges, and you hope you can get the clearance to a film clip or a song, and so there are the ups and downs.
But I think part of the beauty is that it doesn't feel like a struggle. It's very organic.
Oh, good. Yeah. I wanted to make something to bring beauty and joy and something uplifting and inspiring in my experience of what I get from Marc's work.
I'm going to try to keep convincing her to do more documentaries.
And with this, I think we have run out of time. I see her here. So thank you so much for the film, and thank you for coming.
Very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Buongiorno e benvenuti alla conferenza stampa di Etty. Vi presento subito gli ospiti al tavolo, a partire dagli attori Claire Bender, Sebastian Koch e Julia Windisch-Bauer. E il regista e sceneggiatore Guy Levy. You should wear the headphones for this translation. Allora, naturalmente attendo le vostre domande e vorrei cominciare chiedendo al regista quando è avvenuto l'incontro con i diari di Etty, in che momento e che cosa ha rappresentato per lei questo incontro. Can you push the button? Just, yeah.
While I'm talking.
You can leave it.
Okay, yeah. The diaries were published in the 80s, and it was pretty much immediately was translated to Hebrew. So the book was there. It wasn't very popular, but it kind of, people talked about it. So at a certain point, I got a recommendation from my therapist to read it. And I was in kind of a rough time in my life, and it helped me so much. And it's kind of this life-changing book that I felt. I mean, this is what I know to do. You know, if I find something interesting for myself, I say, yeah, I should do something with it, maybe a film or a series. So, so I didn't know exactly what to do with it, but I just went to Amsterdam immediately to meet the publisher, the editor of the book. And then started a journey that took like 12 years or so, until now.
Ma posso insistere un po' di più e chiederle... posso insistere un po' di più e chiederle quali sono gli elementi di questi diari che, come dire, in qualche modo l'hanno anche aiutata ad affrontare, come diceva lei, un periodo un po' difficile.
Yeah, well, I can talk about it around 3 hours at least to summarize the topic. But basically, it's how you can cope with times of trouble in a way that you gain some kind of autonomy, gain some of internal strengths that in this kind of, with this kind of strengths, the circumstances around you are not so important, in a way that you can, that you have kind of a core as a person that nothing, that cannot be taken away from you, even if they take everything from you. This is very, very simple, but it was so important for me. Mm-hmm. That makes sense to you?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Ci sono già delle domande?
Buongiorno, sono Elena Grassi, Nord-Est Multimedia. Io ho visto la serie, l'ho apprezzata moltissimo, un pubblico, devo dire, quasi tutto femminile, probabilmente c'è anche questo aspetto. Ma quello che ha colpito di più me e anche le persone che l'hanno visto è questa scelta di farlo ambientare in un'epoca diversa, quindi non abbiamo capito se nel presente o vicino al presente, perché cellulari ancora non ne abbiamo visti, però insomma siamo in un'epoca presente, quindi i vestiti e gli eventi sono esattamente quelli del passato. E quindi ci chiedevamo se è lo scopo era quello di tenerci allerta sul fatto che il passato può tornare in ogni momento e forse anche già presente. Ecco, questa è la domanda, perché è l'aspetto che più ha coinvolto le discussioni nella sala dopo averlo visto. E un'altra cosa, se ci sono già delle date per vederlo in Italia, se c'è già qualche piattaforma che in qualche modo lo ospiterà. Grazie mille.
Right, yeah, well, that was a very, I don't want to simplify this decision. It's not like to say, well, it can happen again. The thing is that things can happen again, in such a different way. You know, we used to say it's never, never again, but it's going to happen, if it's going to happen in a different way, and we should be totally aware. And I think we all feel that big things are happening, and we don't know what's going to happen. But in a way, images of Holocaust became very vivid for me in the last 2 years. You know, started in October 7, where every Israeli suddenly experienced images that belonged to the Holocaust. You know, like family hiding in a closet, you know, or a whole family is butchered or whatever. Suddenly, it was like all these things we grew up on became real. And on the other side, a couple of months later, the images from Gaza were immediately, I mean, you could not think also about the Holocaust when seeing the pictures from Gaza. So, in a way, you felt that, I mean, these images, as they don't belong so much to the past, they belong also to the present. At the same time, by the way, in the Netherlands, became kind of extreme right person to power, Geert Wilders, I think his name. So everything became kind of very, very relevant. And the idea was to make you feel that you are there and that you don't see a story from the past with all the distance, you know, all these customs and sepia filters and all these things. I don't think there is a place for this anymore when you tell a story about the Holocaust or World War II. There was another one, right?
Yeah, about the chance to see it somewhere.
Oh, yeah. It's, I mean, listen, I think in Italy, it's the place where Etty Hillesum is most well known than the whole world. This is amazing, and dozens of books were written about her. So I'm totally sure it will be shown here. I don't know when and where yet, but it's definitely going to happen.
Vorrei coinvolgere Giulia, Sebastian e Claire e chiedere loro com'è stato il loro incontro con questi personaggi, com'è stato il loro incontro e perché, in che misura pensano che questi personaggi, così come sono stati raccontati da Guy, abbiano la possibilità di parlare alla contemporaneità e al pubblico di oggi.
Hi. I had the chance, of course, now. Etty's books and diaries are finally published, which was also not the case back in the day. And we're very glad that there was this person who made it possible to listen to it, to read them. And then there's plenty in the Netherlands. She is not probably as famous as, for example, Anne Frank, but she is also a common known person, especially for people aged 30 and over. And for me, I didn't speak Dutch when I got the role, which was a bit of a crazy situation. But I had the great honor that Guy and the whole production team trusted me to do this and to learn it, and I had the chance to speak it now. And when I came to Amsterdam for the first time, and I really was going to all the places that Etty has been to, and reading and going with headphones and listening to podcasts, everything about her, I so much felt grace and a silence and a space in myself, I wanted to say, a space, because I said it so much in Dutch, a space within me. And that is also one of the sentences that she really stands for, that's the skies within me that get larger. And that was, I actually want to describe it more as a journey inside, and that is the honor that I had the chance to go with her. So it was not so much about acting. Of course, there you have some shooting days and then you act a scene, but most of it was just being there in the presence of her and being there with a fantastic production team and a fantastic director and fantastic colleagues who just have enough space to let this little flower grasp some sun and light.
Yeah, it's a good point. It's not about acting. I feel the same. It's about just feeling this person. Julius Speer, he's a loving person. He loves humanity. He loves human beings. And it's a true unselfish love, which is quite unique, I think. There's no interest, self-interest. It's just really, he wants to help and wants to get people in their breaths, in their centers. And the way he does that is quite unconventional, and this I really liked. Like, for example, he integrated wrestling and hand reading, palm reading in his therapy sessions, which is quite unusual, but he has such a free spirit, an unconventional spirit, which allows almost everything because he believes in it, and he has a strong belief in an intimate approach. So if you imagine wrestling with someone you hardly know, it's 30 centimeters, your eyes are closed, and then you push, and you can feel how your patient reacts, how giving space, defending space, surrendering, attacking again. So he got a lot of information about these unconventional methods, and I just love to be as honest and true as possible, and yeah, there was no acting, it was just being, and it was a lot of fun.
I played the role of Lizzie, and Lizzie is a combination of multiple women in the book, and she's the best friend of Etty. She works for Julius Speer, and she admires him and also her, and she has a family and 2 children, and her husband wants to try to get to Belgium to be safe, and she finds it very hard to have this position that she's capable of able to do that, and other people are not, and I think that's a theme in the series where Etty is standing for and Spear is standing for, mostly Etty, that you are not only busy with yourself but loving to everyone, and handle from love and humanity, and that you're not more special, more important than the other people, and that you have to do it together. So that's, I think, also the feeling Lizzie has, and I think that's for Lizzie, what I saw in Lizzie the most important moment, also because I love this message. Yeah, so that, I think.
Domande? Sì, prego.
Buongiorno, Francesca Pierleoni dell'ANSA, avevo 2 domande. Una per Agai Levi, volevo chiedere, immagino siano arrivate gli eco del fatto che al Festival di Venezia si è chiesto molto lo spazio per parlare di Gaza, e quanto secondo lei è importante che la serie sia qui per raccontarci appunto qualcosa che, come ha detto lei, può risuccedere. E poi volevo chiedere a Giulia qual è stato, è una donna estremamente moderna, cioè molte di noi possono rivedersi anche nelle battaglie interiori che affronta con la famiglia per una serie di cose, quindi qual è stato l'aspetto più vicino e quello più lontano nell'affrontare questo personaggio? Grazie.
So can you repeat the first question? I wasn't sure I got it completely. You said, I mean, it was about Gaza, but what about exactly?
Gli riporto il microfono.
Ci sono state varie richieste da parte di artisti italiani ma anche internazionali di avere anche degli spazi di discussione su quello che succede a Gaza al festival, quindi volevo chiederle quanto è importante portare anche questa serie che, come ha detto lei, ci racconta anche come certe cose possano risuccedere. Grazie.
Yeah, now I get it. Thank you. So I know a lot of people who signed this petition. Some of them are really good friends of mine from like Italian screenwriters and directors. And I think it is very important to raise the topic of Gaza in this place, because what's going on there is just horrible, like really big war crimes. And this should be stopped somehow, maybe by Europe, I don't know. So it was very important for me, well, this protest. I think that the series talks about topics that definitely connected to this. There are very important speeches of Etty against hate, about, well, loving your enemy, which is maybe too much in this, but yes. And I think it's mainly about dehumanization. And I think this series speaks about dehumanization. And I think when you dehumanize people, that's what happens. But let me tell you something. When you dehumanize people, like when you dehumanize the enemy, it doesn't stop there. It also goes inward. And this regime that governs now Israel, killing not only Palestinians, they're killing also Israeli citizens in captive. So when you start to dehumanize and the value of human life becomes so cheap, then by the end, it gets into your own people. And this is very, very horrible, and this is something people should know, and also that there are hundreds of thousands of amazing, brave Israeli citizens who fight every day against this regime. And people should know that it's not, I mean, the fact that we are Israeli doesn't say that we support. On the contrary, there is no one that fight against it more than us every day on the streets, with a very little hope that you will change something, but with some hope. So yeah, take that also into consideration.
Julia.
Yeah. Thank you, Gagai. Yeah. It feels a bit. Yeah. I'm just going to switch the topic, because otherwise it would not work to find a bridge. But reading Etty and reading the diaries from the first moment on, of course I'm a feminist, but I think we're now in 2025. It's not about claiming that you're a feminist or you're not. I think it's just a form of being. And I also think like the wording "a modern woman" is, it should be so normal to be a normal woman, because everybody who's living these days has the chance to be a modern woman. And the way that Etty speaks up to oppressive situations, if it is a man, if it is a relationship where it's also everything is fine, but you sort of there, probably also with Han, played by the fantastic Leopold Witte, who's sitting behind here, is also with us. There is also some, of course, because there is this age gap, which is also what I liked very much in reading the first version of the script. It's not a topic. It's not something it's talked about, because it's a story about love. And that's the same thing with Julius Spier, who she encounters later on. It never had to do anything with age. And I think the way that she loves, the way that she gedraagt herself, the way she behaves, thank you, the way she behaves in front of all the things that approach her, all the things that, as you also said, dehumanize the whole situation she's in and many, many people were in and are still in. She stays true to herself. And I have the feeling, or that was when I read it, for me, like I have the chance to like be her on screen and like on set. but I really, and this is what I enjoy, like some of the days since we wrapped shooting, sometimes I still can be her privately, and I sort of feel the strength that she has and the power and the softness. And I think it is an important thing to say that for me, when I grew up, it was always the thing to be strong and very harsh sometimes to make a point against many people, male people, female people, whatever. Gender really does not matter. And I think allowing yourself to be soft again, to let people in, also as a woman, being read as a woman, that's one of the most profound feminist takes that I get to grasp from this thing. Yeah, I could keep on talking about it for hours, but yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Sì, prego. Qui davanti, signore qui davanti.
Hi, I'm Kamino Yodachonot Israel. I'm so proud of Hagai, as I know him since the late 80s when he was a critic, young critic. So it's amazing what's happened to you, and you are wonderful. And which kind of reaction do you get? And what do you think about calling to boycott Israeli artists? Because even I was boycotted, people boycott me. And we should speak about it, and even from Hollywood stars. So, what do you think? People even say to me, why there is a series of Hagai Levi's Israeli artists? So,
yeah. So, I would say, first of all, there is a reason for the resentment toward Israeli, and some of these reasons are justified. We cannot deny that. The way there was this resentment towards Russia a couple of years ago, and we thought it was definitely justified. I would say, as I said before, there are many kind of Israelis, and there are many Israelis, especially the creators, and the artists, and the journalists, and the actors, and all of these people, most of them are so much against this regime and against the war and against what is done in our name, that it will be not so wise to boycott them or to protest against them, because these are the chances, these are the people who give a chance to change things in this miserable country. So I think it should be definitely it should be accurate. The protest should be accurate. It should work. It should come against the people who are responsible for the horrible things, and not against the people who are against these things, especially if they are Israelis. So I'm against boycotting. I think it's important to hear the voices in Israel that are against this horrible regime. Yeah.
Tra le scene molto forti di questa tra le scene più forti che abbiamo visto in questa serie e tra le più violente c'è sicuramente quelle delle biciclette. Ci può dire qualcosa sulla realizzazione di questa scena?
I mean, these girls, they were biking for kilometers, so they they have to have some respect for that. I had this image of the bicycle. I mean, this is a true story that Jews had to give away their bicycles, and I had this image of pile of bicycles. In my mind, it was 100. Then the production and the art people made it 1,000. So that was, and yes, very surprisingly to myself too, the vision and the image of this crane scratching bicycles is maybe more violent than every other things. And this is, for me, it was like we don't use to think about the Holocaust in these kind of images. We have totally different images, and suddenly this very simple thing, you just take away bicycle from someone and smash them, I felt it's a new way, and it could be a new angle, a new way for people to understand what it is to lose your freedom. And of course, in Amsterdam, if you don't have bicycles, you lose your freedom. So, so I felt, yeah, there need to be another way of talking about this. So.
Cioè, abbiamo tempo ancora per un paio di domande, forse meno. Sebastian, volevo chiudere allora con te, volevo chiederti appunto questo, il film è lo sviluppo anche di una grande storia d'amore, questo aspetto è molto forte, oltre a raccontare diciamo quello che sta accadendo in un paese, è il racconto anche di quello che accade in una coppia. Volevo che raccontassi un po' di questo aspetto.
What about the countries? The countries, I didn't get that. I think it has nothing to do with countries. It's just
No, maybe this is the series is not the storytelling of a country, what is happening in the country, but also what is happening in a country. So it's also a love story.
I think this love came out of a pure respect, a deep respect. They didn't fall in love like love on the first sight. It's a building up thing, and I think he felt this strength, this huge personality, and he was fascinated by it in the beginning, and then he slowly but surely fell in love with it, and he realized at a certain point that she's stronger than him, that she can almost like fulfill something which he is perhaps not able to do, to go into death, to take this idea bigger than her life. And he felt that quite early, I think, and he was very respectful about that, but he admired it and he supported it. So it's, I wouldn't talk about a love story in that way. It's more a deep admiration for this huge spiritual strength, which he's trying to achieve, and he's quite good at it, let's say, and she almost became his master. So that's, yeah.
Allora, dobbiamo chiudere qui. Grazie a tutti. Thank you so much. We have to stop here. Our time is up. Thank you. Thank you very much. tutti. Buongiorno a tutti e benvenuti alla conferenza stampa dell'Étranger. Vi presento al tavolo i due interpreti, Rebecca Marde e Benjamin Voisin. E il regista François Ozon. Vi ricordo solo che il film poi sarà nelle sale italiane con BIM e Lucky Red. Attendo le vostre domande, comincio con una domanda per Ozon. Vorrei chiedergli cosa ha trovato rileggendo il romanzo, uno dei romanzi più famosi della letteratura mondiale, cosa ha trovato rileggendo questo romanzo, qualcosa che valesse la pena affrontare, diciamo, questa gran bella sfida. Non?
Non, ah pardon, ça marche, ça y est. Effectivement, c'était un grand défi de s'attaquer à ce livre qui est un chef-d'œuvre de la littérature française, qui est un des livres français le plus lu au monde. J'étais, j'avoue, un peu angoissé au départ, mais en fait, j'avais lu ce livre comme beaucoup de lycéens ou d'étudiants français quand j'étais jeune. Je ne l'avais pas relu depuis. Et en fait, j'avais un autre projet de film sur un jeune homme d'aujourd'hui qui commettait une tentative de suicide et qui s'interrogeait sur le sens et l'absurdité du monde. Et je n'ai pas réussi à faire ce film, je n'ai pas trouvé les financements. Et comme cette idée quand même me travaillait, que j'avais vraiment envie de travailler là-dessus, j'ai relu L'Étranger un peu par hasard. Et en le relisant, je me suis rendu compte que ce livre était toujours aussi fort. Peut-être que je l'ai un peu mieux compris que quand je l'avais lu adolescent. Et en même temps, il y avait beaucoup de choses que je ne comprenais pas dans le livre qui me fascinaient. Donc je me suis lancé de manière un peu insouciante et en même temps un peu angoissée parce que tout le monde me disait autour de moi c'est mon livre préféré, je suis curieux de voir ce que tu vas faire. Donc ça mettait la pression et très vite j'ai eu l'impression qu'il fallait non pas l'adapter comme par exemple l'a fait Visconti dans l'époque où il a été fait, c'est-à-dire Camus l'a écrit en 1939 et le livre est sorti en 1942, en pleine époque coloniale avec l'Algérie française, qu'il fallait le regarder en fait avec des yeux d'aujourd'hui. Il s'est passé 80 ans depuis l'écriture de ce livre, donc forcément, il fallait avoir un regard d'aujourd'hui sur cette histoire. Et la chose importante tout de suite, c'est la première phrase du livre qui est hyper connue, dont tout le monde se souvient. Maman est morte, peut-être c'était hier. Et je me suis dit qu'en fait, ce n'était pas cette phrase qui me choquait aujourd'hui ou qui me surprenait. C'était plutôt une phrase qui est dans la deuxième partie du livre, quand Meursault rentre en prison et quand il dit « j'ai tué un arabe ». Et là, je me suis dit, voilà, c'est la clé de mon adaptation, contextualiser cette histoire sur la colonisation française et essayer de comprendre le personnage de Meursault en suivant de manière le plus fidèle possible le livre de Camus.
Bonjour, je suis journaliste à Paris Match. Petite question, pourquoi avoir voulu faire ce film en noir et blanc et quelles similitudes vous trouvez avec notre époque d'aujourd'hui?
Alors le noir et blanc s'est imposé très vite. J'avais déjà fait un film d'époque en noir et blanc, c'était France, que j'avais aussi présenté à Venise. En fait, en travaillant sur le sujet, tous mes documents étaient en noir et blanc, toute notre mémoire collective de cette époque est en noir et blanc. Et donc, ça m'a semblé assez évident. J'avais l'impression d'être plus réaliste en étant en noir et blanc. En plus, comme c'est un livre philosophique, il me semblait que le noir et blanc était idéal pour raconter cette histoire, être débarrassé des couleurs, aller à l'essentiel, aller à une forme de pureté. Et puis, c'était aussi un choix économique, puisque je n'avais pas les moyens. Je suis pas un blockbuster américain qui peut reconstituer les années 30 à Alger. Donc, ça permettait de simplifier beaucoup de décors. Et la surprise aussi, ça rend tout absolument magnifique et ça réveille notre cinéphilie naturelle, puisque tout d'un coup, moi en filmant en noir et blanc, par exemple, Rebecca en maillot de bain blanc sur la plage, tout d'un coup, je me dis, mais c'est Elizabeth Taylor dans Soudain l'été dernier, voyez, ou Benjamin quand il marchait dans les rues, j'avais l'impression de voir James Stewart ou James Grant ou Gary Grant, voilà, donc il y avait ça, mais je m'en suis rendu compte vraiment en tournant le film. Et en fait, j'ai tourné le film en couleur, mais après, il était en noir et blanc.
Hi, good morning. Sorry that I have to make the question in English because I don't know French. Thank you very much for this great film, Carlos Grau from Spain. My question is for Mr. Ozon. Did Pickpocket from Bresson pass through your mind and Martin Lassage by preparing the character of this film? Because for me, it was a bit lookalike, this hieratism, this lack of expression, which I found amazing and astonishing performance for both of them. And it reminded me to France also, another beautiful film. That was just the question. Thank you very much.
C'est vrai que Bresson a été important, notamment dans ma manière de diriger Benjamin, puisque je lui ai demandé, avant de commencer le film, de lire Notes sur le cinématographe Robert Bresson, où il parle du modèle. Enfin, peut-être que Benjamin pourra en parler plus précisément. Cette absence au monde, cette absence d'émotion, de ne pas jouer le jeu de la société. Il me semblait que retrouver l'inspiration de Bresson pour ce caractère était important. Mais disons, Bresson, c'est que pour le personnage de Meursault, parce que les autres personnages autour sont très vivants, et il fallait justement qu'ils soient vivants, et il fallait qu'ils soient aussi très caractérisés, parce que ce sont un peu des personnages presque symboliques. Donc, il fallait par exemple que Rebecca soit extrêmement vivante, pleine de vie, pleine de sensualité, et qu'en opposition, Benjamin ait cette espèce d'indifférence et cette manière de jouer qui tranche avec les autres acteurs, ce qui était un peu compliqué puisque les autres acteurs se plaignaient, ils venaient me voir, ils me disaient mais Benjamin ne me regarde pas dans les yeux, il est désagréable, tout ça, mais il était dans son rôle.
Scoop. Beh, prima di ridarvi la parola vorrei appunto approfittare di questa domanda per chiedere a Benjamin e a Rebecca come hanno lavorato appunto sui personaggi. A Benjamin come si restituisce un'assenza, un distacco, così, questo desiderio di rimanere fuori dai giochi, come diceva giustamente prima François, e a Rebecca come di contro ha costruito questo personaggio innamorata nonostante l'altro non ci sia sostanzialmente.
Tu veux commencer avec
Allez, d'accord. Ah oui. C'est vrai que lorsque François m'a proposé d'incarner Marie Cardona, moi j'avais aussi un souvenir de lecture adolescente de l'étranger. J'avais lu ce roman à 14 ans et j'avais un souvenir très sensoriel de cette lecture, mais je crois que j'avais mal cerné. Enfin, j'ai eu une deuxième lecture beaucoup plus finalement adulte peut-être, et c'est une lecture qui ouvre des pans de cerveau, enfin une autre dimension. J'ai l'impression que pendant le tournage, le fait de se replonger dans l'œuvre de Camus en lisant ses nouvelles, Noces, l'été, et en se plongeant en fait dans cette espèce d'absurde, j'ai vécu pendant 1 mois et demi de tournage avec un espèce de filtre qui me faisait voir les choses complètement autrement, ça m'a vraiment ouvert un monde. Et donc apprivoiser Marie, qui était un peu une figure, oui, de l'amour, parce que c'est vrai que dans l'étranger, on ne se souvient pas vraiment du personnage féminin. J'avais l'impression que c'était aussi lui donner une autre dimension, grâce à François, qui ose ça et qui a osé donner à ce personnage féminin encore autre chose. C'est jouer une femme très moderne pour son époque, qui se donne charnellement et qui prend aussi, hein, mais qui, sans être mariée, sans prendre en compte le fait que cet homme est en deuil, elle le sait, puisqu'il porte un brassard de deuil, et pourtant, elle est, je pense, assez fascinée par lui. Et quand on aime, parfois, malgré l'amour un peu à sens unique, je pense qu'on est tellement vivant et on se sent tellement vivant que parfois, même dans la douleur, on est heureux d'aimer. Enfin, moi, je trouve que c'est plus heureux d'être celui qui aime que celui... Voilà. Et donc, en fait, je crois qu'elle incarnait, oui, la vie et la lumière. D'ailleurs, il l'a décrit comme ça dans les quelques lignes, parce qu'elle n'est pas décrite très psychologiquement, enfin, un peu physiquement. Et donc, j'étais heureuse de pouvoir lui donner cette profondeur-là. Et je pense que... On discutait avec un spécialiste de Camus qui disait que Marie, finalement, c'est Camus. Et que parfois, pour trouver un sens à la vie et tout ça... enfin, je me suis appuyée je me suis appuyée sur cette phrase qu'on nous avait dite pour me dire ah voilà, elle est là pour quelque chose. Voilà. Et c'est vrai que dans ce roman, il y a le cynisme qui affleure tout le temps, la douleur qui infuse. C'est une écriture tellement silencieuse, mais au scalpel. Et donc je trouve que c'était à la fois un grand trac d'incarner ça, cette espèce de mystère. Et donc je suis honorée. Et c'est une joie et une fierté.
Bonjour à tous, déjà. Honnêtement, je ne sais pas trop répondre à la question, je ne sais pas trop ce qui s'est passé. Pour répondre d'abord à la première phrase sur Robert Bresson, le truc qui m'a le plus interpellé, c'était la différence qui faisait la séparation entre le modèle et l'acteur, entre celui qui fait et celui qui vit. Mais en même temps, il y a quand même des contraintes cinématographiques. Il y a un cadre qui est imposé, on doit tourner la scène dans un endroit. Manu Dacos qui pose sa caméra parfaitement et François qui cadre. Donc du coup, on ne peut pas être non plus plein de liberté à ce point-là. Je sais que simplement, je me suis... j'ai pas de réponse. Je me suis laissé aller dans un fléau de doute et d'incompréhension, à me dire simplement... Comment apaiser cette angoisse, cet orgueil qu'on a tous quant à la mort qu'on va subir. Enfin voilà, c'est pas très amusant, mais essayer de déprimer et rendre la joie le moins possible visible, en gros.
Allora, prima c'era la signora lì.
Buongiorno, Stefania Olivi, Corriere della Sera. La domanda è per François Ozon. Lei ha detto che questa storia, rileggendo il libro, ha trovato anche un legame personale con la storia della sua famiglia, suo nonno che è stato giudice in Algeria e in generale l'ha fatta riflettere sulla rimozione, il silenzio di tante famiglie francesi rispetto a questa parte di storia del vostro paese. Grazie. Se ci può spiegare un po' meglio questo. Grazie.
C'est vrai qu'en travaillant à cette contextualisation de la colonisation française en Algérie, l'Algérie c'était 2 départements français, c'était vraiment la France, je me suis rendu compte que dans toutes les familles françaises, il y avait un lien avec ce pays et que ce lien était souvent un peu oublié, un peu mis sous le tapis. Et dans ma propre famille, voilà, effectivement, mon grand-père était juge en Algérie et il a échappé à un attentat et toute ma famille à l'époque est revenue en France et c'est une histoire que je connaissais très vaguement mais dont on ne parlait pas dans ma famille. Et c'est vrai que me replonger là-dedans m'a obligé à poser des questions à ma mère et à comprendre ce qui s'était passé et quelle était la relation de ma famille avec l'Algérie. Et c'est vrai que je me suis rendu compte que toutes les familles françaises ont un lien avec ce pays et donc c'était assez passionnant. Mais c'est vrai qu'on n'a pas fait, je pense, en fait, suffisamment le travail historique, d'introspection, enfin pas suffisamment, il y a beaucoup de gens qui le font, mais on sent, enfin de toute façon on connaît les relations entre l'Algérie et la France aujourd'hui, à quel point c'est compliqué, mais on se rend compte qu'effectivement il y a beaucoup de non-dits. Et donc c'est pour ça que j'ai voulu commencer le film par ces images d'archives qui nous expliquent quelle était la vision des Français sur l'Algérie française et qu'avec notre regard d'aujourd'hui, ça nous permet de beaucoup mieux comprendre, à mon avis, ce qu'a voulu écrire Camus avec l'étranger.
Signore. Sì, deve. She has to turn around, yeah.
Francois, this is known as a landmark of existentialism. We never hear the word existentialism or to be an existentialist in this movie. Does this movie have anything to do with existentialism? Do people need to know something about it when they go in?
Je ne fais pas un film didactique, d'explication, je ne suis pas philosophe. Moi, ce qui m'intéresse, c'est de raconter une histoire et de la faire ressentir. Après, c'est vrai que dans mon travail d'adaptation, toute la première partie me semblait assez évidente, parce qu'il y a beaucoup de faits, c'est très behavioriste, il y a beaucoup d'action, il y a un meurtre, donc c'est quelque chose de très cinématographique, et la seconde partie était beaucoup plus complexe à adapter, parce que c'est un flux intérieur, c'est une pensée, et c'est Camus qui développe effectivement toute cette philosophie sur l'existentialisme, sur l'absurdité du monde, et moi-même, j'étais très angoissé par rapport à cette seconde partie, parce que comment la transmettre sans être didactique, sans faire un cours de philo. Donc il fallait que ce soit incarné forcément par les acteurs, et puis il y a eu, j'ai pris des libertés dans mon adaptation en créant des scènes qui ne sont pas dans le livre, qui permettent d'incarner le débat intérieur qu'a Meursault dans sa prison, où tout d'un coup il se rend compte que peut-être il a été heureux et que voilà, il faut profiter du moment présent. Et puis il y avait quelques scènes qui étaient très très importantes, notamment la scène avec le prêtre, où il y a une vraie confrontation à la religion catholique, mais à toutes les religions d'une certaine manière, et qui nous interroge sur notre rapport à Dieu, notre rapport au monde, et ça, c'était important que ce soit très, très fort, cette dernière scène. Mais je pense que ce que j'aime dans ce livre, c'est qu'il n'est pas... on ne peut pas le réduire à quelque chose. Il échappe, comme souvent les chefs-d'œuvre. Chacun peut l'interpréter comme il veut. D'ailleurs, j'étais assez surpris parce que, comme quasiment tout le monde a lu le livre, tout le monde l'a mis en scène dans sa propre tête, et tout le monde a une idée de Meursault. Et quand on a montré les premières images du film, il y a plein de gens qui m'ont dit « Ah, Benjamin Voisin va être parfait pour Meursault ». Et puis il y en a d'autres qui disent « Mais il ne ressemble pas du tout à ça, il n'a pas du tout cette tête, il devrait être comme ci et comme ça ». Mais en fait, dans le bouquin, il n'est pas décrit. On ne sait pas l'âge qu'il a, on ne sait rien. Donc, en fait, tout le monde a imaginé son propre Meursault. Et c'est vrai que l'enjeu de ce film, c'est chacun se confronte à ce personnage et à l'image qu'il s'en est fait en lisant le livre. Et c'est le pouvoir très fort de la littérature.
C'è una domanda lì, ma mi aggancio a questo che ha appena detto. È stato, cioè, come considera l'interpretazione di Mastroianni? Citava prima il film di Visconti che è interpretato da Mastroianni, forse non era l'attore originario, doveva essere Delon se non sbaglio. Ecco, che idea ha avuto guardando Mastroianni?
Alors en fait, j'adore Mastroianni, déjà, je vais dire ça, sinon je vais me faire insulter en Italie. En fait, j'ai découvert le film de Visconti au moment où j'ai adapté le livre, parce qu'en fait, je ne savais pas, le film n'est pas très connu. C'est un film un peu oublié de Visconti, on connaît tous ses autres chefs-d'œuvre. Moi, je suis un grand admirateur de Visconti, mais je n'avais jamais vu ce film, qui est assez difficile à voir d'ailleurs, que j'ai trouvé sur YouTube. Et c'est vrai qu'après, j'ai lu beaucoup d'interviews de Visconti, où il explique qu'en fait, il n'a pas pu faire exactement le film qu'il voulait, qu'il a été très contraint par la femme de Camus qui lui a demandé de respecter à la lettre le livre. Je crois qu'avec ses scénaristes, il voulait plutôt orienter le film autour de la guerre d'Algérie, des événements qui se passaient à l'époque où il tournait, et il n'a pas pu le faire. Donc il a tourné vraiment littéralement le bouquin, et ça montre que l'adaptation, c'est une forme de trahison. Il faut accepter de transformer les choses, et il n'a pas pu faire ce qu'il voulait, et il a souffert effectivement du casting. Je crois que c'était un film qui était produit par Dino De Laurentiis, et le choix de Visconti pour le rôle était Alain Delon plutôt que Mastroianni, et je pense que c'était la bonne idée. Mastroianni est un acteur génial, mais pour nous, Français, c'est très bizarre de voir un Italien aussi extraverti, aussi sympathique, aussi charmant, aussi séduisant interpréter le rôle. Alain Delon, qui est très français et qui a souvent joué des rôles antipathiques et qui est très dans l'intériorité, me semblait effectivement plus adapté. Ou peut-être un autre acteur comme Gérard Philippe aussi, je pense, aurait pu jouer le rôle à l'époque en France. Mais Alain Delon, c'est vrai que ça m'a marqué. On en a beaucoup parlé avec Benjamin. Et il y a un film italien que j'aime beaucoup, c'est L'Éclipse d'Antonioni. Et en fait, en revoyant L'Éclipse, je me suis dit, mais en fait, le grand cinéaste italien qui aurait dû adapter L'étranger, c'était pour moi Antonioni, parce que c'est le cinéaste de l'incommunicabilité, de la solitude dans les villes modernes. Enfin, j'ai l'impression qu'il aurait été parfait pour comprendre le personnage de Meursault.
La signora lì.
Hello it's Natalia Job from Carta Berlin and Accent UK. Thank you so much for the movie, it's stunning. My question is to Francois and to the whole team. You managed to marry their text and the visual, so it's very, at some parts, like we see only the picture and the feelings, but then comes this text that everybody knows. How we're working on this combination? So how did you decide what to leave and what to leave behind? And if you were working with the text during the scenes with the actors also?
Alors moi j'ai oublié le livre en tournant, par contre je sais que Benjamin et Rebecca relisaient le livre en permanence pendant le tournage et ils venaient et ils me disaient mais dans cette scène t'as oublié de dire ci, t'as oublié de dire ça, et eux je crois que ça les a vraiment portés, mais moi j'étais vraiment sur mon adaptation, sur le scénario. Néanmoins c'était très important pour moi d'entendre la voix de Camus à un moment, donc j'ai fait le choix d'utiliser 2 fois la voix off. Visconti, lui, l'utilise quasiment pendant tout le film, hein. Il y a la voix intérieure, parce que le livre est écrit à la première personne, on est tout le temps dans la tête de Meursault, et moi, il me semblait que c'était plus intéressant de le regarder, de l'observer, et de projeter des choses sur lui, qui soient un peu comme une page blanche, et qu'on puisse interpréter, essayer de le comprendre, et à 2 moments clés, on entend cette voix off, qui est très très belle. Alors j'espère qu'elle est bien traduite dans toutes vos langues, mais en tout cas en français, c'est vraiment très très beau. Ce qu'il dit, donc c'est le moment du meurtre, au moment où il a tué l'Arabe sur la plage, et toute la fin, les dernières pages qui sont c'est de la grande littérature française, et pour moi c'était important de lier littérature et cinéma. De ne pas nier que c'était un objet littéraire, voilà, de l'assumer complètement.
Il signore dietro.
Mi chiedevo, intanto sono rimasto sorpreso che anche in Francia sia difficile produrre film, consentire a registi come te di fare. Mi chiedevo, hai fatto film molto vari, però con alcune cifre stilistiche, alcuni fil rouge. Mi chiedevo tu, ecco, la domanda è, perché fai cinema? Qual è forse la tua caratteristica per cui ami fare cinema e vuoi fare cinema, un fil rouge nella tua filmografia, e come mai cosa ami di Rebecca, mi pare sia il secondo film, quindi mi incuriosiva anche questo. Grazie.
Et avec Benjamin aussi. C'est quoi déjà? Oui, pourquoi
Pourquoi du cinéma?
Pourquoi du cinéma? Alors, il y a une phrase de Camus que je vais citer qui dit « Créer, c'est vivre 2 fois ». Eh bien, faire un film, c'est vivre 2 fois. Souvent, les journalistes me disent « Mais vous n'avez pas le temps de vivre parce que vous faites tout le temps un film par an ». Moi, je crois qu'au contraire, je vis 2 fois plus parce que je fais des films. Et donc, créer, raconter une histoire, travailler avec une équipe, parce que c'est vraiment un travail collectif, je trouve que c'est ce qu'il y a de plus fort. En plus, nos rapports sont très intenses, parce qu'on travaille ensemble sur peu de temps, et on se voit tout le temps, on se parle, on a des rapports très passionnels, conflictuels des fois, mais donc c'est la vie puissance, moi je dirais puissance 10 même. Donc voilà, et travailler avec Benjamin et Rebecca, c'était important, parce que c'était 2 acteurs que je connaissais, avec qui j'avais déjà travaillé. Benjamin, c'était été 85, et Rebecca dans Mon Crime. Et là, je sentais, comme je les connais bien, ce sont des amis, j'avais l'impression j'allais pouvoir leur permettre de jouer autre chose que ce qu'ils avaient déjà joué. Benjamin, c'est quelqu'un dans la vie d'extrêmement extraverti. Il est plus Mastroianni que Delon dans la vie, je pense. Et donc, ça lui demandait de composer, de faire autre chose que ce qu'il avait fait précédemment. Et Rebecca, j'avais envie de filmer sa sensualité, sa beauté. Elle a souvent joué des rôles de femme très intellectuelle, très engagée dans le discours. Et là, j'avais envie vraiment qu'on travaille sur quelque chose de très physique. Et je crois que pour toi aussi, c'était un défi.
Il y a le film tel qu'il est et il y a le film tel qu'il aurait pu être. Est-ce qu'il y a des choses que vous vous êtes interdit, que ce soit dans l'écriture ou aussi que vous avez interdit à vos interprètes?
C'est une drôle de question. Non, j'ai pas été censuré. J'ai eu la chance que le film soit produit par des gens aussi qui étaient proches de moi. Gaumont a été très important, ça a été un soutien très important pour faire ce film, parce que effectivement, ça a été assez compliqué en France. Moi, j'ai cru que ce livre étant tellement connu, on allait financer le film très facilement, et en fait, c'était une vraie lutte. On a senti qu'il y avait beaucoup de doutes, peut-être parce que c'est un livre philosophique et que les gens avaient du mal à l'adapter. Tout le monde disait que c'était inadaptable. Moi, il me semblait qu'au contraire, ça pouvait être un beau film. Et donc, les partenaires habituels sont venus, mais avec des sommes un peu compliquées pour faire le film bien. Et heureusement, Gaumont était là pour supporter. Ils y ont cru tout de suite, je pense, pour l'aspect patrimonial potentiel, et puis aussi parce qu'on avait eu une expérience avec Mon Crime qui s'était très bien passée. Mais je ne me suis rien interdit, hein. Je ne me suis pas censuré. Comment ? D'un point de vue artistique ? Ah, des regrets ? J'aurais adoré tourner en Algérie. J'aurais aimé tourner à Alger. On a tourné au Maroc, où ça s'est très bien passé. On a tourné à Tanger. On a pu recréer l'Alger des années 30. Mais c'est vrai que j'aurais adoré tourner sur les lieux mêmes. Visconti avait pu tourner à Alger à l'époque.
Dobbiamo fermarci qui, mi dispiace, il tempo a nostra disposizione è finito. Thank
Merci.
you.
Oh là là.
Hello. Buongiorno e benvenuti alla conferenza stampa del nostro film in concorso House of Dynamite. E prima di cominciare con le domande vi presento gli ospiti al tavolo partendo dalla destra in fondo, l'attore Tracy Letts. Jared Harris. Lo sceneggiatore del film Noah Oppenheim. La regista del film Catherine Bigelow. Attore Idris Elba. And Rebecca Ferguson. Okay, we have a question here. No, please speak in English most. Okay, good.
Maybe I don't need it. Do I need it?
Hey, greetings, everybody. Congratulations, an amazing film. Catherine Bigelow, Stephen Schaefer for the Boston Herald. Can you tell us why it's been so long, this drought without any work for 7 years, and what was it about this subject, this movie, that made you so passionate to make it?
Well, I think you've kind of answered the question a little bit. It's passion. I have to be passionate about a subject matter. For me, I don't know if I'm really a director or not, but I'm absolutely committed to a subject and a story, and then I feel like I can do anything, but I have to really believe in whatever the material is, and this I felt was so important to kind of get this conversation out there, and then we can begin to evaluate. This is kind of a global issue, like where we are with nuclear weapons, and of course, hope against hope. You know, maybe we reduce the nuclear stockpile someday, but in the meantime, we are really living in a house of dynamite, and so my interest was to get that information out there.
Was the script, Noah's script, came before you decided to make the film, or you worked on it together? You collaborate a lot with your writers, yeah?
Yeah, we worked on it together, and from the very beginning, we had an amazing initial conversation that my wonderful agent who's here, Brian Sibrel, introduced me to. I said, I'm interested in this space. He said, well, there's a subject matter expert who's also a screenwriter you may want to speak to, and that's Noah Oppenheim. And that's how it began.
It did. It's been an extraordinary collaboration from day one. You know, as all of you know, one of the many things that make Catherine such an extraordinary filmmaker is her commitment to authenticity. And from the very beginning, her mandate was, let's find out how this would really work. Let's take people into these rooms where these decisions would be made and show how it would actually unfold. And so from minute one, we built the story together, and it's been great.
And of course, you have a strong background in journalism.
I do. I've led a split life. I ran NBC News for many years and was a journalist for a very long time, and have covered this issue for 20 plus years and have always been fascinated by it, and was lucky to be able to draw upon those relationships that I had from my previous life as a journalist with former Pentagon officials, former CIA officials, White House officials, and we were able to bring them all into this process of depicting the story in this world that you see in the film.
There's a question here.
Hello, thank you, Lazar Chrismou, for being on Radio Bulgaria. I have a question for Ms. Bigelow. Congratulations on this very intense political thriller.
Thank you.
And my question is, I was really amazed by the close-ups, by the raw atmosphere, by the zooming in, zooming out. It reminded me of the observational documentary style that some filmmakers in the past in Europe, they did films like that. Can you comment on that particular aspect? And for Miss Ferguson, do you think that this film is will be useful for my generations and the generation after that? It will be useful like a message that these things will happen, and it's not if, but when. Is it like a message to the political world? What is your stance as a person? Yeah.
Gave me that one. Well, I can just say thank you very much. And in terms of the stylistic approach, I was fortunate enough to work with who I think is probably the most talented cinematographer in the business ever, and that's Barry Ackroyd, who happens to be in our front row here. And he... And that's his, his gift is to make it feel as real as possible. He had come from documentaries, so it's really just a natural translation and transition into a theatrical piece. So I was fortunate enough. I probably wouldn't have made the movie if he wasn't available. So that's how important he was.
Right.
Go for it.
No, it's what I found when you talk about your time, and you're obviously referring to me because I'm the youngest here. No, I'm not. No. My point is, what it did to me is spark interest, knowledge, and it opened communication within my family. I'm not politically astute. I have opinions, and I don't always want to raise them unless I am very well read in the matter, because I think that can be very counterbalancing. But what it has done, it has evoked conversation, and it has made me more interested and realize that the fragility we live under, even though we live under peace sometimes, we are constantly in a world of dynamite, right? And it's about communicating and being in conversation about these topics. That is important, and that is a responsibility as well.
There's a question there.
Beautiful.
Hi, it's here. Hi. Good morning, Maria Guerra, Quinótico, Spain. A question for Ms. Bigelow. What a ride. Thank you so much. This movie shows somehow an isolated America. In this war room, there are no calls to the allies, to Canada, Europe, UK, but there are many calls to the potential enemies. What debate would you like to this movie will spark in your country regarding this matter?
It's a very good question. I think that the script really comes from conversations with people in those rooms, and so that is evidence of, as you say, perhaps an isolationist approach, and that's good to point out and good to be aware of, for sure.
There's a question there.
Hey, Nitai Dagan from Movie Eaters Podcast. I wanted to, first of all, thank you for this explosive film, and it was amazing. You depict in this film a very specific and fragile situation that we're in right now, but I'm sure you started writing it a while ago. So maybe talk a little bit about the process of writing it in the political climate that you started working on. And also I wanted to ask the other people present, how was it to work together for this specific script? How was it to play 3 different episodes depicting basically the same situation?
Sure. We started writing probably 2 years ago, roughly. But I think the story we're trying to tell reflects really the reality of our world since the dawn of the nuclear age. As soon as these weapons were developed, and now there are 9 countries on Earth that have nuclear arsenals. It's enough weapons to destroy human civilization several times over. So the precise geopolitical dynamics at any given time are not really the point. The point is that no matter what's going on in the world, and the world's always unstable in some way or another, we've constructed this weaponry that could end all life. And it's miraculous, frankly, that something horrific hasn't happened already. So many of these weapons are on a hair trigger system. In countries like ours, one individual, the president, has the sole authority to authorize their use. So we wanted to tell a story about that system, which is not really a reflection of any partisan political situation or any particular moment in geopolitical time. It's just the reality of the nuclear age that we've all had to live with since these weapons were first developed.
I think there was a second part of the question for the rest of the panel on how was it to work on this material.
Yeah, so I'll just say, I think the film was shot in story order, actually. And my story, playing POTUS, was the last, so I didn't get to meet anyone. I didn't get to meet any of these lovely actors. And talking about isolation, this storyline that I play was very much shot in isolation. A lot of the film was made. And Catherine was very clear that, we really wanted to feel the pressure of this particular 18 minutes, now having made the movie for the other 2 storylines. So it was actually quite tense, quite intense, ultra realistic, in terms of what we understood to be the true reaction in a situation like this. And for me as an actor, it was, an incredible ride. It was like being in a documentary, at the same time, having the benefit of being an actor.
Anybody else wants to follow up?
It was really hard. It was, we were acting, with a scrambled timeline and acting opposite a lot of video screens and computer screens and on telephones. The challenges of the timeline, it was just hard to kind of keep track of where you were at any given point in time. That was really the challenge for a lot of us. At one point, our assistant director, Simon Warnock, who was really key in bringing this thing off, his job was very hard, and he did it with great humor and grace. At one point, he came to visit me. Catherine was in the Video Village, and he came over to me while we were shooting. At any given moment, I might have 20 cameras on me. That's very unusual on any set, but there might be as many as 20 cameras on me. And he came over to me and he whispered to me, he said, "Catherine wonders why you keep looking down." And I said, "Because I'm reading my lines off a page." So it was really challenging.
I think we have a question there.
Hi, Joel Peña-Racú, Catalonia. I wanted to ask Catherine, why did you choose to end the movie before the impact? We heard several times during the film that it could fail, that sometimes they don't explode. And I wanted to ask you that, why before nor after, not even like the post-impact? What's the reactions? Why that precise moment? Thank you.
Well, it really came, again, from a conversation with Noah and what the probability was, and also the fact that it was very ambiguity was very, very important to us, meaning it allowed the audience, we invite the audience into the room, let's say Stratcom in this case, and then hopefully it's like an invitation also to decide what to do about all these weapons in a situation like this. Like what would we do? What would I do? What would Idris do? And it's very, I think it was very important to keep it ambiguous because given the information that they had, they didn't know who launched this weapon and they didn't know the outcome. And so, nor do we, and we can then perhaps answer that question ourselves. And my answer would be to initiate a reduction in the nuclear stockpile, but I watched that movie and I want them all gone. I mean, how is annihilating the world, let's say, a good defensive measure? I mean, what are you defending? And that's my question.
Thank you.
Good morning, Marina Borrell, Fotogramas, Spain. Thank you so much for the movie. It was really appreciated on a Tuesday morning. And I also think this is a movie about courage and being able to react properly in regards of an unbearable situation. I don't know if you've learned something about your courage and your sense of, courage and bravery after doing this movie. Thank you. This is for the actors and for Catherine. Thank you.
Did I learn anything about my courage? I mean, I think that I'm grateful that I will never be put in that situation. Well, I will have to decide what to do, whether to take the hit or to launch. I think that would be a nightmare. Just watching the film itself, I didn't sleep for a week afterwards. So I think if I was in that situation, I'd never sleep. So maybe that's a little bit of a cowardly response. But I'm grateful that I'll never be in that spot.
I think, you have to give it to people that enter politics, the life cycle of, going on an educative curve to become a politician means that you have to adopt that courage really early. Because then you're faced with these impossible predicaments. And it's about your judgment then. It's about what you know, what you've learned, what you've lived through, and your courage. So I learned that I don't have the courage to be in politics. That's for sure.
I was thinking about the different roles we have. I think since I play the senior deputy of the Situation Room, I'm not allowed opinion or really morale. I just work according to the structure and the rule book. And I found that courage is a difficult conversation. The courage lies in how we bring humanity into the picture and how we merge our home life and what is allowed and not allowed. I mean, it's small courage, but the point is you stand still and you do your job. And could I do that? I mean, I'd probably take my family and run for the hills, to be honest. I don't know if that's courage. I would try and protect everyone. It's a hard one.
I think one of the wonderful balances of the film is the way it shows both they're there, they're doing their job, but there is also all these other things that are going to be gone. And the juxtaposition between the small things that break, I think Catherine and I talked about it when, early on, and the larger historical consequence of what's going on. It's really it's quite striking. And I think for the actors to be able to communicate that balance within such a short time is very admirable. And I was wondering if it was difficult to be both professional, heroic, and normal,
I think that was kind of the trick of the movie in a way. I mean, the movie could be performed as purely procedural, and we simply see people doing their jobs and nothing but their jobs. But the truth is, they're human beings performing these functions, and so humanity seeps out, it creeps out, it pops out in unusual ways and at unusual times, sometimes having nothing to do with the situation we find ourselves in. But I really think that's part of the beauty and the strength of the film, a reminder that these are ultimately human beings making these decisions. Now, they may be going by the book, and there is a book, and they have gamed much of this stuff out already. These guys drill this stuff every day. So a lot of it is already known, but the truth is that in that very dire moment, those decisions are being made by human beings. And ultimately, isn't that what's not only great about the movie, but also terrifying about the possibility?
And can I also point out that it's how it's put together. I mean, I had an extraordinary technical team, which I mentioned mentioned Barry Ackroyd a minute ago, but we have Jeremy Hindle, who built the sets and, you know, provided environments that these people, that also give it a kind of degree of reality that, yes, the script is extraordinary, but at the same time, you need the environments in which these actors and characters perform. And like, for instance, Stratcom, he went to Stratcom and it was an absolute replica. People are not allowed in a place like Stratcom, which is the nuclear umbrella of the country. So that was an extraordinary gift to the film. And then the editing, Kurt Baxter, balancing all of these, like it's like a juggling act. I mean, all of these simultaneities and the details, and yes, the humanity of it. It's almost like three-dimensional chess. We kept talking about that when we were shooting it. Like, how do you, okay, he's there, but then he's doing that, and then he's jumping out off the roof of the Pentagon while he's in Marine One. I mean, it just balancing all of that and the kind of careful precision that was necessary for the humanity to come through. That's an extraordinary editor. And then of course, supporting it with a score that is, for me, just off the chart. Volker just created I don't know, I've never heard anything like it. So I am a very fortunate director to have amassed such a great crew.
I have a small follow-up, and then I'll get to you. This is in a way, Catherine, the third chapter of, you know, it's like the third part of your trilogy, The Hurt Locker, Zero Dark 30, and this one. And they're all very similar in the sense that they have a procedural core, and then they have all these ideas and both political and intellectual. What do you find very effective, both stylistically and from a narrative standpoint in this format?
I think the pursuit of authenticity. You know, I want it to be honest and true, and so you're creating a kind of truth and a draft of history, so to speak. Like in Zero Dark 30, nobody, you know, I spoke with the 9/11 families, and many of them had no idea what happened in those 10 years between the event and the pursuit of the final pursuit of Osama bin Laden. And Hurt Locker, again, the methodology of the insurgency in Iraq, that was a very opaque part of our history. And in this case, I wanted to know what you know, where we are again with the nuclear stockpile and how volatile it is, and who's taking care of it, which, you know, it turns out that it's these incredibly competent people operating in an infinitesimally short timeline, and it's only the fate of the world is at stake. Oh.
There.
Hello, I'm Michele Carmone from Le Salon Musical. Congratulations for your work. So you talk about the importance of defense, and we live in a world where there's a state of constant fear, and fear is normalized now. So this is a movie, an amazing movie full of messages. If you could choose just one message to divulge, what would it be and why? Thank you.
Wow. I would say we need to be much more informed, and that would be my greatest hope, and that we actually initiate a conversation about nuclear weapons and non-proliferation in a perfect world. If we want to survive, which I can only assume we do. So that would be my hope and my takeaway.
I think we have time for one more. She's been waiting.
Hello, just a question for Catherine and Idris, but for all the team, why not? So there's a scene when your character Idris is like calling your wife at a very important moment, and you are probably like one of the most influential people in the world. Like how this scene was born, and Idris, particularly for you, like if you have some problems in life, do you call your wife immediately?
Did I have problems? You know, this script was incredible. It was really well thought out, and this moment of human connection, human need, even if it is the POTUS and he has this very important decision, that need for connection with his partner, his life partner, was written. So, as being one of the tools in Catherine's toolbox to make this story, we decided to make it as honest as it could be. What would actually happen? Would the cell phone work? Is the timing right? All of these things are very sort of human realities. And so the scene came together very quickly. Catherine and I have a very good communication around improvisation. I think with all the actors, Catherine encourages you to go off piste and do your own thing a little bit. But it was written, it was structured. The second question I didn't quite hear. What did it say?
If in your private life, you would the person you would call would be your wife.
I would call my wife and then Catherine, actually.
And on this one, I think we have to finish. We run out of time. Thank you so much, and thank you for the time. Thank you. Very good. Buongiorno e benvenuti alla conferenza stampa del nostro film fuori concorso Dead Man's Wire. Prima di cominciare vi presento gli ospiti al tavolo a partire dalla destra in fondo. Il produttore Cassian Elves, lo sceneggiatore del film Austin Kolodny, l'attore Cary Elves, l'attore Dacre Montgomery, sorry, I wrote it wrong, Gus Van Sant, Coleman Domingo, and Myla alla mia destra. Okay, here.
Hello, everybody. Congratulations. What a fantastic film. It's Stephen Schaefer for the Boston Herald. Gus, congratulations on the festivals honoring you tonight, I guess. And with this movie, where did you come up with the idea of taking this real crime incident and turning it into a film? And Coleman, is there really a DJ like that? And if so, was that your way into the character?
Testing out. I think my origins were just a year ago, and the script existed before I was involved, and I was interested. Mostly, it was set in the Midwest, which my family is from the Midwest, and they never shoot in the Midwest, so I was quite interested in the locality, and of course the story was quite bizarre, and that was an attraction to, you know, the whole contraption that he had made in order to not get killed was outrageous and a strange way to abduct somebody, and the whole idea that the reasons why he was abducting Richard Hall was heroic in his way, misguided heroism. And I don't know, can you guys, like, Cassian always, the producer, was the one who showed me the script or suggested it. One day I ran into him in a restaurant, and Austin, the writer, probably there's origins that you guys could talk about.
The origin for me was Tom Culliver, who's sitting right here in the orange shirt, who works with me, said, I just optioned the script to somebody else that actually I didn't like very much. So, but we were in partnership, and so I read the script and go, this is pretty good. And I wanted to make this movie, and so I started talking to Austin. It had various incarnations, which I don't really want to get into the various different machinations of how we made this film. But it, by some kind of, and I was just talking to Coleman about this, some type of miracle, I was sort of at the lowest point on this movie, and I happened to see Gus in a restaurant, walk across the back, and I'm like, this is a sign from God. And Gus and I have a history together because I was an agent for a long time, and at William Morris, and we worked on 5 movies together at that time, and so we knew each other pretty well. And I was like, and I've offered him many movies over the years, and he's very, very particular about what he wants to do, and this one just sparked it right away, which is again another miracle that we're all here. And then Austin really was the real beginning of all of this, the seed.
Yeah, during the height of the pandemic in 2020, I saw footage on YouTube of Tony marching Richard down the streets of snowy Indianapolis and thought to myself, how's this not been made into a movie yet? The drama, the tension, and also the dark comedy of this crime that happened live on the airwaves in 1977 just felt rich for a cinematic adaptation. And the fact that it got in Gus Van Sant's hands is, as Cassie said, a miracle. I'm very grateful to be here.
And then I'll add to that about Fred Temple. First of all, I'll just say this. I was literally sitting with Cassian at a breakfast meeting. We were talking about something completely else, and we were just wrapping things up. And I said, well, what are you up to next? And he told me about this film, and he said, I need to cast this radio DJ character. And I looked at him, and I don't ever put myself out like that, and I just thought, well, right here. But I didn't know exactly anything about this radio DJ or anything, and it's really based on a real radio DJ. What is his name, his real name?
Fred Heckman was the name of the real DJ.
And then Fred Heckman is a white Midwest gentleman DJ who our protagonists really listen to all the time. But then when I threw myself out there, Gus, we decided to name him, they named him Fred Temple. And he's also based on a real radio DJ that Gus grew up with as well, named William Roscoe Mercer, who is, dulcet tones, and he was also sort of the voice of the people, and someone who I believe that this character can trust, and someone that would have to help facilitate and be a part of this whole wild storm. So it's really based on a real man, transformed into me, and with some inspiration from Gus's childhood.
I wonder which for the rest of the cast how they adapted people that were actually part of the real story into from themselves to the real people.
Gus rang me and said, I want you to play a 56-year-old, and I'm 30 for the record. So he's 56. So we got hard at work doing a lot of different cosmetic things. But I think it's a joke in that, but it also is a testament to Gus, which I think is to say that everything is malleable. Like, I think it's an ever-evolving process, which was a big learning for me, because when I create a character, I feel so definite and set in my ways and so rehearsed and so studied and so, I don't know, in my own bubble. And the great thing about Gus is that he kind of forces you to think outside of that, and it becomes an ever-moving, evolving thing, your character and the story throughout the shoot, as inspiration strikes him, which was really special for me and nice to break me out of my 30-year-old bubble into my 56-year-old bubble, if that makes sense.
I had a very similar experience. When I got this call and they said, oh, you're going to play a reporter in the 70s, I thought, okay, well, I think there was only one black woman reporter on television in the 70s, and she's got a Farrah Fawcett blowout, and she's code switching, and she's giving her reporter voice, thank you, good night. And I said, okay, that's where I'll start. And when I had my first call with Gus, he said, I'm really thinking like Angela Davis. And I said, oh, okay, cool. And I've never done like a real story playing a real person, and so my idea was you want to get as close to the real thing as you can get. But what is so inspiring and challenging about Gus is he was like, yeah, well, I don't care about that. I want you to make your own version of this thing. So yeah, it was really a lot of play, a lot of fun, a lot of exploration. And I did my best Angela Davis as a reporter, so we'll see how it goes down.
Gary? I was very fortunate in that I was able to go down to, I had time to go down to Indianapolis, and I met with my character's two sons, Jason and Mike Jr. And Jason is a police officer, took the same role as his dad and became a police officer. And they provided me with so much material. I mean, it was just a godsend. And they were very supportive and gave me footage from a documentary that their father had made, including all the outtakes, and gave me all of his curse words, which Gus took a shining to and ended up using quite liberally in the film, which was great fun. And yeah, and then I went to the Indianapolis Public Library and there was a lot of research there, a lot of newspaper research to be done there. And I took the walk from Meridian Mortgage down to when Tony Kuritzis commandeered a cop car. And the building is not there anymore, but the walk that he took is like 12 blocks in broad daylight, and it was quite an eye-opener. Anyway, I'm just very grateful to be a part of this picture. I've been a huge fan of Gus's for a long time, and I really badgered my brother to put me in this movie, and so I'm very grateful. Yeah.
Didn't have to badger me that much. When Carrie says do something, I'm like, oh, okay. Before we get to the next question, I just want to point out that obviously Bill Skarsgård is not here on the panel, who's the star of this picture. He's shooting a movie in Australia right now, a huge action picture, and the producers were worried about letting him go, but it's not for lack of enthusiasm. I think you guys can all agree he's absolutely fantastic in this film.
Hi, my name is Zachariah from London, speaking with Future First. Congratulations on the film to you all. Firstly, I want to say, Coleman, your outfit is amazing, and you have the most incredible fashion sense in the world, I think.
Well, thank you so very much.
And my question to you is, from your previous film, Sing Sing, and now this film, Dead Man's Wire, both based on true stories, as an actor, how do you internalize your creative process and prepare yourself for these roles?
Well, that's a great question. I think, I usually it's all about the source material for me more than anything, and then going into some deep research, knowing that they were very real people. And then how to translate a man like Fred Heckman into someone who lives in my body, which is what Gus gave me liberty to do. And really how it's going to help serve as a function in the film and sort of like be a voice you can trust. So I knew I knew the voice was a major part of this experience for me, and how tonally it'll help move and animate the film in a way. I knew my role in it. You know what I mean? I knew, I have to be a grounded voice of reason, and that's my main objective, to play in this. While Bill and Dak they're dancing all over the place with this wild storm. And so for me, it started there. And really, the beautiful thing is, I shot all of my work in 3 days. So I came in and shot all my work out in 3 days. I feel like it's like 2, maybe it was 2, because we just went back to back. It was sandwiched in between, because I feel like there are roles like this and artists like Gus that you're like, oh no, I will work up my schedule to do this, because I was on my way to London to do another film, but I wanted to stop in snowy, the snowy climate to do this work, because it's important work. And I feel like it's important for us to tell these stories, because I feel like these stories are so heightened, and it's really about an everyman feeling like they have no resources or any agency in the world. And I feel like, we need to tell stories like that again and again, because this is exactly what happens when people are pushed up against the wall. And so we can prevent things like this by really examining these people as human beings and not looking at it as something so extraordinary and outside of ourselves. So that's what really, I knew my function going into this, and I wanted to help tell a story like this with whatever I could give.
I have a follow-up question for Gus. Gus, Tony's story is happening in 1977. It feels so contemporary. It feels that since then we are again in a moment of frustration and powerlessness, where something like this can a person can be forced into something like this. Is that part of what interested you, beside the Midwest setup?
It wasn't. At the first, juncture, it was the kinds of Luigi Mangione moments in our history happened right after we started, and in November. We started in September, so like halfway through prep, we realized, there's things happening that are, and the election happened as well. Things are kind of dovetailing into our own project. So. We thought, is it good or bad? Or it was interesting.
Did that affect the script or the tone in any way?
No, we just kept going, like telling our story. So it did probably affected us as we made it, but not. We didn't change anything about it.
There was a question here.
Bruno de Ruisseau, Les Rock, France. There are some connection between this movie and Elephant, starting with the presence of John Robinson in the cast. For you, are the two movies are speaking to each other in a way? Thank you.
Yeah, I think because of their intensity and violence, they definitely have similarities in the tabloid ness of the stories. There are similarities. I mean, they're quite different in the way they're told, but yeah, there are.
A follow-up, Gus. You've done, it's not only Elephant, it's also other films of yours, like Milk, that have come from, from real news, from the news. And you seem to find a way to tell these stories that is both really, really personal and truthful to the origin material. Can you discuss that? And if you have a philosophy, if there is anything that you can describe that is what makes it?
Yeah, I think it had a lot to do with Milk in the sense that there was a lot of footage of Harvey Milk, in a whole lot of footage, available to us. And we used in the film, we were using clips and things, and also in this story. There was a lot of material that was online at this point, it was online. And we were referring to it a lot, and we're using it as well in the cut.
There, sorry.
Hello, thank you so much for the movie. It really touches on the variety of levels. My question is, for the whole team, and for Gus, of course, and for Bill, who is not here, is what helped you to develop this character in the ways that you basically sympathize with him, and what were the main points for each of you to make this person as relatable as possible? Yeah, thank you so much.
A two-part answer to that. First, just on Bill, while we're here, I know you brought it up, but I want to give a huge shout out to him. We spent, a month in a room together, connected by a piece of wire, and I haven't honestly made a better friend in a castmate ever. He really, again, a bit like Gus, forced me to get out of my head. I never socialize while I'm shooting. He forced me to come and socialize. And I think, hopefully this answers your question, he kind of humanized himself to me, which humanized Tony in a way at the same time, if that makes sense. When we set out to shoot, and Gus can correct me if I'm wrong, the movie read on paper more heavily as a drama thriller, to me at least. And it became an irreverent, dark comedy in a way. And Bill and I, Tony and Dick, are kind of the odd couple in a way. And I feel like in parallel to shooting, Bill and I developed the same kind of weird relationship, if that makes sense. And I felt that he was a very intense performer like me, and we just ended up laughing like I've never laughed on set before like that. And it was funny, it bled into Tony and Dick's relationship, and I think it humanized Tony as the little man who's trying to confront capitalism and all of the topical things that we're talking about as a movie, but more broadly in this conversation. And I think also, hopefully, we humanize Dick as well. Not all people who are children of powerful people are also equally as awful. You know what I mean? And I think it was really valuable in those few scenes to see the power that, his father, who's played by Al Pacino, have over your children, and when you're trying to pursue something and be something. So I think it was a really interesting dynamic dissected in one room over the course of an hour and a half of the film. Hopefully that answers your question. I just wanted to give a shout out to Bill as well, because he's not here and a very special human and great creative.
Yeah, I think also Tony has this, he's just out of his mind from the beginning. He's very angry. He stayed that way for 3 days without sleeping. He was just at this peak of just anger with humor mixed in, strangely, but almost like somebody that you might find in public who is just screaming things until you listen to what he's saying and you go like, oh, they need help, you know, you know, like something behind why they're screaming, and you want to kind of help them so they have like an empathy.
Hello. A question for Mr. Van Sant and for the cast. Do you think that violence is never justifiable, or this story teaches us that we should always look for reasons why people become violent, because we all have the potential to become violent?
Can I just say something in this? And you know, I won't get into this, but I had an experience with somebody who got quite violent on a plane, and I think, and actually ended up looking behind it into the story, and now he and I are friends. And I think that's the message in the film, is that we all rush to judgment all the time about people, and go, oh, that's a crazy person. But actually, when you actually get to look into the story and really find out what's behind the thing and what's going on, it's always very human. And I think that's what Gus pulled off in this, and what the actors pulled off is it's very human.
That feels like the answer.
Gus, the film, as you know, is set in the 70s. It also has a really lovely 70s texture. Can you talk a little bit about your stylistic choices?
Yeah, I mean, the 70s was a great period for myself. I was in LA at the time. But I think each one of the artisans, the production designer, costumer, had, you know, filled it out with their own ideas. We had reference photos. I liked to look at William Eggleston photos, because a lot of them are from the 70s. And they're very bright colors, and they're in the Midwest as well. But it was a moment-by-moment, item-by-item building of what we thought of the 70s. And then the cameras and the way we shot it as well, it was kind of guiding it into like something that we had seen in photographs.
And the rhythm also, you know, the edit.
Oh yeah, the rhythm, yeah. Sar Klein, he's maybe here. Was he edited quite fast, and he all of a sudden it was in a month it was like finished, and I really had almost nothing to do with the edit. It was like I just walked in, watched it, liked it, and which has never happened before.
There's a question here.
When Coleman said he had done his entire role in 3 days, it just made me think of Al Pacino. How did he work into the schedule? And Dacrid, did you ever meet him?
Yeah. Gus rang me, said Al Pacino's going to be playing my dad. I lost my mind. And then Al took me and my partner Liv, who's sitting in the front row here, out for dinner in LA, which I was extremely nervous about, and I had just been balded and my eyebrows had been taken off, and they wouldn't let me wear a hat in the sunset in the Tower Bar. And I said to Dimitri, the maitre d', I was like, this is one time you're going to meet. Anyway, I took my hat off and had dinner with Al Pacino, and we both discovered he has just such a deep love for movies, and I'm a total cinephile, and I don't know, he felt like an old soul friend, you know. I don't drink, he doesn't drink, and he has a sweet tooth, and so do I, and we ended up just eating cookies all night, and having the actor's studio is below the Tower Bar, and he turned to me and my partner at one point in the night, and he goes, I've got the key. Do you want to go down? Do you want to go into the actor's studio? He's like, I love acting. Let's go down. Let's do a monologue. And I was like, this is a very special moment. Logistically, shooting the scenes, Sam Pressman, shout out, actually read the role of my father during the phone call scenes, because Al's scenes were shot separately, but we did do a rehearsal with Al in pre. But just I mean, I don't think it really gets more iconic, you know, maybe Marlon Brando and a couple of other people, but he's just such a generous performer, which is really special for me because it's not always great to meet your heroes, and I feel like he's a hero, and it was great to meet him. So hopefully that answers the question.
Thank you. Mariana Borrull, Fotograma, Spain. Thank you for the amazing movie. It's one of my favorites this year. This is a movie about losers. I'm sorry, but I mean, Billy's playing a loser. I don't know if you Gus could comment on the necessity of talking about people who are losing right now. And yeah, what do you think about that? Thank you.
I think, he was trying to be a winner in entering into a mortgage contract. And I think, bumps along the way, he found that, he was starting to lose ground and becoming more and more out of control. And I don't ever think he thought of himself as a loser. I felt he thought things were being taken away from him. And I think they were. I mean, in certain ways, there's this idea that the mortgage company, on purpose, took away his clients who were like signing up to rent the space that he was going to build, because they thought it was a good idea, and that's what Tony was accusing them of. And Richard in the story, kind of on the phone, sort of seconds the idea is like, we have been sort of cagey about this particular mortgage, and driving Tony more crazy. But I think of him, he's fighting, a larger entity, and in this story, I don't find that he's, losing so much, but he's fighting. I think many films that I've made have the people are fighting from the bottom, and if they're losers, they're maybe sympathetic people that are fighting from the bottom, not necessarily losers.
There's a question here.
My question is for Myhala. Firstly, congratulations on Industry Season 3 and 4. Your performance in Season 3 was incredible. I loved it. And for this film, I wanted to ask, could you please share your joys in working with such a fantastic cast and director, and any challenges that you are especially proud of overcoming?
Yes, I will happily share my joys. And thank you very much. We're very proud of Industry, so I'm grateful you enjoyed it. First of all, just start with working with the cast. I felt so similarly to Dacre, and I have found a friend in him as well, as Bill. It was an absolute joy and a pleasure to work with them, and Carrie as well, like an icon and a legend in his own right, and also like one of the sweetest men alive. And making this film was like, it felt kind of like guerrilla filmmaking. We were in the dead of winter in Kentucky. It was very cold. Everything was frozen all the time. So just physically speaking, it was hard on our bodies. And Bill and Dacre were out there for hours on end in below freezing temperatures in, Hawaiian shirts and whatever, and still making it work the way they did. It was impressive, shocking, and playing a reporter, a person witnessing something so grand they can't believe it's happening, it really wasn't that hard. I felt that way anyway. And of course, meeting Coleman, another man, nicest in the world, it was a pleasure. And working with Gus was a joy. Gus is like, I felt very much like I wanted to make him happy. He gives you the vibe, or proud, he gives you that vibe like you just want to make him proud. He's also a man of, oftentimes on set, very few words. So sometimes it was hard to tell whether or not I was making him proud. In the end, I knew I was. But yeah, it was great. I think my biggest challenge on this was it was the first time I was doing a dialect of any kind. And I was pretty nervous about that because I want to get it right. and I want to do it well, and I didn't want to sound too apart as Angela Davis playing a reporter from everyone else who maybe had a little twang here and there. I really wanted to find how I fit, and the beauty of that dialect I ended up having being filmed on the old cameras, I think is the thing that really made it feel symbiotic in combination with the original footage that we had. So yeah, huge challenge, incredible honor. Yeah, it doesn't get much better than this, I have to say.
And unfortunately, we have to finish because we ran out of time. Thank you so much. Thank you for the film.
Thank you.